Oh shit, hold on. Sometimes I can't read your chat because you have a viewer that keeps gooning to numbers or fruits or something. Yeah, don't worry, I'll take care of him. You know, if he spams during this, I'll just, you know, send him out the window. I mean, in Minecraft. All right. This was the first time I'd ever woken with such clarity. Post-nut clarity? It's 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber.
今日は早いのね。学校の行事か何か？
別に。
Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat.
もう行くの？お弁当は？
Wait, hold up. Let me raise the volume a little bit. There you go.
もうちょっと待ってくれないとできないわよ。
If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school
今日
alone.
はいいよ。
じゃあお昼はどうするの？
抜け出して商店で菓子パンでも買うよ。
そう。じゃあこれお昼代ね。ちゃんとレシート持ってくるのよ。
I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and it slipped it into my
こ
pocket.
んなに早いけど、レナちゃんたちもこんなに早いの？
いや、俺だけ。
Fuck Rena.
レナちゃんには早く出るって伝えてあるの？
Mom, don't fucking say anything to Rena. I have no reason to tell her every little detail now, do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed
レ
face.
ナが来たら、ケイイチは先に行ったって伝えてよ。
ちょっとケイチ、待ちなさい。
It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. Rude, your mom is a very nice lady. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I always met with the same people at the same places, but today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with Mion. The length of the trees, shadows in the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all of the props needed to deceive me.
あら、ケイチ君。今朝は早いわね。みんなで早朝から待ち合わせ？
Oh, this villager's gonna fucking snitch, Keiichi. You have to kill them. The person who called out to me was someone who we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was... I forget. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each
今朝は
other.
早くに目が覚めちゃったので、気分転換なんです。あまり気にしないでください。
I threw out a random
レナ
excuse.
ちゃんやミオンちゃんはどうしたんだい？今日は一人なの？
ええ、まあ。
I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone, but maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be friends. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep, 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 beep. A car horn blared from out of nowhere. Even though I was walking lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was someone on the opposite shoulder and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurling right at me. Was it going to hit me? Inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van so close that I had no way to dodge it in my body. The upper half twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Bend my upper body over towards the patty by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top locked in my contorted position. Splash! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy patty by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched, but the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising out from the patty, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly.
待てよクソこれってひき逃げって言うんじゃねえのかよ
I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy patty and made my way back onto the road.
これって犯罪じゃねえのかよチクショー
Shit, I'll track you down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud rolling up within me. This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right, as soon as I parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, viscous sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to be always on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I had paid for my own naivety. Covered in mud but without injury, not even a sprain. I guess this is what you would call a silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, it was because I suspected them that I had believed there were no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? There was a possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in the situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hole myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onikakushi. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them, and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemies were numerous, the whole village. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. When I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. Circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered what could I find in the classroom. I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat, but I couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivety whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school, but such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought, but I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. So long as I live, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. The chairs! In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. Yep. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. There was supposed to be still a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first, I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella? If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was without a doubt a metal bat. Whose locker was it? It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there was also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, and he'd probably ask for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of children scuffling their way noisily in from this hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko.
おはようございますです。あらあらあら、今朝はお早いですわね、ケイチさん。
I nonchalantly hit the bat I was holding behind my back.
なんなんですのその身なりは。泥だらけでしたよ。
ああ、まあちょっとあってな。すぐ着替えるから勘弁しろ。
That said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush just as I expected her to.
レディーの前でお着替えなんてしつけがなってませんことよ。
Why is she peeking?
着替えをじーっと見てるレディもしつけがなってないと思うぞ。男子は更衣室がないんだから諦めろ。
As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. What the fuck?
リカちゃんもレディなら着替えを見てるのは良くないと思うぞ。
僕はレディーじゃないですからいいのです。
She deliberately pouted and looked at me with an upturned eye.
じゃあリカちゃんも今からレディだ。
レディーなら仕方ありませんです。
Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me.
ケイチは野球を始めますですか？
It seems that Rika-chan had noticed the
あ
bat.
あ、ちょっとさ。体がなまってさ。ちょっと素振りでも始めようかなってな。
健康に気を使うのはとても良いことだと思いますです。
She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once
そ
more.
のバットなくさないでくださいねです。
Why? Is this a special bat? Maybe this bat belonged to Satoshi. Seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. Fucking soy boy. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped. Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped.
ケイチ君、野球部だよ。野球部だよ。
It was Rena and Mion.
先に行ったって言われて驚いたけど、ケイちゃん、あんた何やってるわけ？
見てわからないかよ。素振りだよ、甲子園だよ。別にダイエットでもいいぞ。
ダイエットってケイちゃん、そんなに太ってたっけ？
ああ、知らなかったろ。実は三段腹なんだ。もちもちでタプタプなんだぞ。
もちもちでタプタプ。
What the fuck?
レナ、変な想像しなくていいぞ。
To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily.
じゃあまあ、頑張って県大会を目指してちょうだいよ。おじさん応援してるわ。野球部の強い高校、教えよっか。そこにいる左腕の亀田くんがすごいピッチャーなんだけどさ。頑張ってね。
How does she know all this? Seems they've already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championships, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past that ball I just drew and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. I laughed dryly at that ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground.
何笑ってんだよ、俺。
I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, a reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, I'll ugh. Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that, if they made me smile like that, I'll ugh. I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends, but I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rena confessed to the doctor, were they simply being possessed by Orashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Orashiro-sama really exist, and was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along, and everything was all just Orashiro-sama's fault.
前原圭一のバカ野郎！だから！
I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the bat violently into the air.
甘えるんじゃね
As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash, forget, smash, don't be soft, smash, know your enemy, smash, like hell, I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing, I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. I'm getting worked up before I even get to a fight, bro. I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drained from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life has yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me.
ケイチ君
Fucking demon.
やろうやろう部活の時間なんだよだよ
Sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses.
ほらほらケイちゃんぼーっとしない。机を寄せて寄せて。
Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right, it was happy fun club time, but I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. Aw, shit. No, you shouldn't do that, Keiichi. You gotta at least play the part. Now they're gonna kill you. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say I'll be going home now.
なんだよケイちゃん。今日も直帰なわけ？
Mion sounded quite disappointed.
気分が乗らないんだ。しばらくほっといてくんないかな。
Oh, shit. The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean I could leave if I wanted, but the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood.
ケイチ君、やっぱり女の子と一緒に遊ぶのなんか嫌だったかな？かな？
You fucking gaslighting bitch! How about the fucking needle you put in my goddamn mochi? She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place. What if this whole time, chat, it was actually the grandma that put the fucking needle in the mochi, and it was never Rena?
そういうわけじゃねえよ。
I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. Oh no, Keiichi, you fucked up. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I've become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears picked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. These footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person, but I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car in the morning until we were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well, meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was without question proof that I was their target. I held my breath waiting for that presence to panic and started moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashis also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed, or had I been like this the whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shadow of that tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up on my shoulder to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time.
おい、いるんだろそこに。
With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the tree, but the presence of the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing
分
themselves.
かってんだよ。そこにいるのはよ。
I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. With all due vigilance, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree shadow, I saw a human figure there. The figure was curled up like a small animal.
レナ、
When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word.
なんか俺に言おうかよ。
I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed a question at her.
別にその
Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been following
部
me.
活はどうしたんだよ。
ケイチ君がお休みしたからレナもお休み。
関係ないだろ。俺なんか気にしないで遊んでろよ。
だってケイチ君のこと心配で。
Stop bullying her, bro. She's fucking two-faced bitch. She's using this to fucking get us in like a, you know, bad position and then fucking kill us. Thinking about how I've been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. No, it couldn't have been, Keiichi. What are you saying? She put a needle in her mochi. So Rena was concerned at a quick glance. That's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have had to do something like try to tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. Yeah, that's some fucking psychopath behavior. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt she was
も
tailing
う
me.
ついてくんなよ。
Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I walked a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once
つ
more.
いてくるなって言ってるだろ。
だってレナの家も同じ方向だし。
じゃあレナが先を歩けよ。レナが見えなくなったら俺も歩く。
I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward.
レナはケイチ君と一緒に帰りたいな。
This fucking vixen! This goddamn... Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies.
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。
It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood what I was
分
feeling
かったな
inside.
らほら行けよ。
I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped
早
again.
く行けよ早く。
行くからそのバットやめてよ。怖いの。
Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for
行け
her.
よ。これなら文句ないだろ。
There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as not to set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all.
おい立ち止まるなよ。
Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh no, the dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked into this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looks like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice.
ごめんね。聞いてもいい？
Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately as she
なん
trembled.
だよ。
どうしてバットなんか持ってるのかな？
And she hit us with the 2x kana again. The question Rena asked was by no means
俺
unexpected.
が何を持ってたっていいだろ。
でも昨日まで持ってなかったし。どうして突然？
別に突然でもいいだろ。俺がバットを持ってるとおかしいかよ。
だって圭一君野球とかしない人だったでしょ？おかしいよ。
I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of
突
answering her.
然 野球がしたくなったんだよ。それじゃおかしいか？
おかしいよ。
She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly.
突然野球がしたくなった。
Hmm? Why? Wait. Okay. I just suddenly wanted to play
素
baseball.
振りがしたくなったからバットを持ち歩いてる。それのどこが変なんだよ。
変。おかしい。絶対。なんで圭一君まで。
ぶつくさとうるせえやつだな。俺がスポーツに目覚めるのがそんなに変かよ。
I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions.
ごめんね、ごめんね。そんなに怒らないで。
She did say you too. Like, I'm assuming this was Satoshi's bat, and he probably did the same thing. Rena still didn't understand, didn't turn around, spat out words of apology one after the next.
最後に一個だけ教えて。
これ以上話す気も教える気もねえよ。早く行けよ。
I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question.
なんでバットまで同じなの？
I knew it. It was Satoshi's. What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about.
お前何言ってんだ？
だからなんでバットまで同じなのかなって。
何を言ってんだか全然わかんねえよ。もっとはっきり言え。
Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
だからどうしてバットまでサトシ君と同じなの？
I fucking knew it.
サトシってえ？
But Rika knew. That means Rika knew whose bat it was. Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... what? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be Satoshi Hojo? It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see, so this was Satoshi's bat.
ああ、これサトシのバットだったんだな。誰も使ってなかったんでちょっと借りたんだよ。いいだろそれくらい。
そんなことじゃないの。
The way Rena said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched, like it was some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a
サ
reply.
トシ君の時とどうしてそんなにまで同じなの？
Oh, I don't know, Rena. Maybe, okay, so like, unless they're actually being possessed and not really acting of their own accord. Rena was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. Maybe it's a certain point in the day, because, right, we haven't seen... No, Rena did scream and call us a liar during the day.
サトシ君もそうだった。野球チームには入ってたけど、本当は野球なんか好きじゃない人だったのに。
それが俺とどう関係が？
サトシ君もある日突然バットを持ち歩き始めたの。チームに入ってただけでスポーツなんかしない人だったのに。
What about it? Closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena is trying to tell us something important.
サトシ君もね、ある日突然一人で登校するようになったの。
Well, Rena, you said you didn't know Satoshi, you son of a bitch.
ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然素振りの練習を始めたの。ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然バットを持ち歩くようになったの。 圭一君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然
And one day he suddenly what? Swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until just now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? And Satoshi, no. More importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the
レ
same.
ナ、ある日突然サトシはどうしたんだよ。
Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me.
答えろよレナ。サトシはどうしたんだよ。
With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body.
言ったよね、圭一君。
It was that person that I didn't know. At least it definitely wasn't the Rena Ryugu I've been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have the trace of trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze had pierced like a cold needle. The smile on her face had invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned.
言ったよね、圭一君。
After a short pause, Rena repeated the same
サ
words
トシ
again.
君はね、転校しちゃったの。
Transferred meaning what? What Rena meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. Yeah, transfer to another life. Transfer to the afterlife. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Rena saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and fell to my knees pathetically. Rena and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
しないよね、圭一君は。
Rena finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. Oh my gosh, she put me into fucking Tsukuyomi, bro. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on.
何をだよ。
What does she not want me to do?
転校。
Hmm? Take up another's bat. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten with had changed suddenly and for no reason, at least none that I noticed, planned to kill him. Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice a swing. And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at whatever wherever he transferred to? Yeah, in the grave. Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? The bottom of the swamp. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain. Oh, I don't like this. I stepped into the entryway just as I was about to take off my shoes. A chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me. What? Like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. It's gotta be Mion. Hey now, Keiichi, how do you know they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Maebara, there's no way you could hear that. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. Just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Alright, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It's a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so as long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything.
どなたですか?
I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. That time, I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I don't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force in my body released from my lungs and through my throat, seizing all thought processes in my head, suppressing all my thoughts and emotions. I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there, but were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. Oyashiro-sama? However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotion was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. I brandished my will to fight. The after-image of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. Slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Bro, Keiichi's kind of lost it, bro. My screams shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Bro, we're fighting a fucking ghost. Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike with certainly with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat. The invisible enemy there, but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door, and latched the chain. No way had it only feigned a retreat and was now inside my house. Oh shit, it's fucking Kevin Bacon Invisible Man, bro. You gotta get the fuck out of there, Keiichi. Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence, but it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body, and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I've been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion. I saw it amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. What if it was Satoshi trying to save me? The ghost of Satoshi. Either I've been possessed by the supernatural phenomena known as Oishiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. He said a girl? True! What if it was the spirit of the girl that was with Tomitake trying to help us? The roundabout way it had been done was still a mystery. If it was perpetuated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oishiro-sama's curse, I wonder what would happen. Oishi-san would very clearly declare that curses didn't exist. Time to call fucking exorcists. Fucking cleanse his entire goddamn village. Dump holy water on these motherfuckers. At that time, those words were pretty dependable. But as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san this was the work of Oishiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit to doing that. I'd better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refute Oishiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oishiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rena and the rest weren't perpetrators, then that would mean believing Oishiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I would be admitting that I myself was losing it. Okay, low-key, Keiichi, I think you are losing it, though. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oishiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist and I would still be bestest buddies with Rena and the rest. Fucking delusional. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. Oh boy. Okay, wait, this is nice music right now. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs.
もしもし、前原です。
ケイチ、お母さんだけど。
I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. No, Keiichi, this is not bad feeling music. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative.
何？別に俺、夕食はインスタントでもいいよ。まだいっぱいあったでしょ。
The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive, so instead I got a whole case of mega-sized pork bone and ginger flavored ones I liked. But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them.
だからさ、買い物に行く必要はないんじゃないの？
ケイチ、買い物のお願いじゃないの。お父さんとお母さんね、お仕事の関係で急遽東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。
Aw, shit.
え？今から？
This is really abrupt.
もう着いちゃってるの。
The fuck? You call me after you're already there?
お昼には出発してたからね。
It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning it full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad had a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer.
ケイチもお父さんとお母さんの話を聞いてたからわかるかもしれないけど、お父さんのお仕事の契約がね、今ちょっとうまくいってないの。
Dad's a failure. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all that time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good.
お父さんはそういうのに繊細な人だから、このままだとお仕事にも影響が出ちゃうの。
Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions changed as easily as a fall sky. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism.
そんなの電話でやり取りすればいいじゃないか。
ケイチ、お父さんのお仕事なんだから、もうちょっと応援してあげて。
Keiichi's mom and dad, do you guys remember how your son literally just said last night that if I die, put the clock in my fucking casket? Like, I feel like if your son says something like that, you're just like, okay, hold up. You're like, you should probably watch your son. Like, something's going on, you know? Like, they're like, nah, he's fine. He's just thinking about dying. Let's just go to Tokyo. Like, what?
とにかく電話よりも直接会って話した方が早いの。誤解もないし。
As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
だから帰るのは明日の晩になっちゃうの。ケイチ、一人で大丈夫よね。
No, motherfucker! There's demons at the door!
別に死にゃしないよ。
Oh my god, Keiichi fucking gave himself the death flag. Why would you say that out loud?
ケイチ、死んじゃうなんて軽々しく言っちゃダメよ。
Oh, okay. If you know that, Mom, then why did you fucking leave after what I said yesterday?
心配事があったら相談してね。母さん、きっと相談に乗れると思うから。
Alright, Mom, unless you know an exorcist, no you can't. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. Yeah, only a little. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it.
死なないよ。俺はあがいてでも生き延びる。
そう。じゃあね。
Oh, we dead as fuck, bro. This is like 100% a death flag. Like, we're gonna be dead before the parents come home. Like, we'll learn, like, you know how Keiichi keeps saying? Right? He keeps saying, what is it? I didn't plan on dying, at least not while I still knew nothing. I'll bet you what's gonna happen is, he's gonna get to the point where he's about to die, but they'll tell him everything. So now he knows everything, and then they'll kill him. So technically, yeah, he didn't die. He didn't die knowing nothing. He knows everything now, and now he can die.
明日の朝、ちゃんと起きるのよ。朝ごはんは食べてね。お風呂と歯磨きも忘れないのよ。
へいへい。そんじゃ。
The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance and never happened this suddenly. Unless Mion's family, assemblymen, all that, were using their powers to affect Keiichi's dad's job to get them away from Keiichi so that they could fucking kill him. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone, missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Orishiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. Well, the thing is, every year there was one person dead and one person vanished. The girl already vanished. It can't be two people that vanished. I didn't think it was good that... Unless that other lady didn't vanish. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and this was their chance. First, I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring low volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry was still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mom wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah, the garage. Keiichi, you fucking idiot. There's villagers that probably saw your parents leave. They probably already know they're not here. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by the car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out to the back to close the normally open garage. It should be fine now. Ah, I needed to get the paper. Mom always got the paper since they left in the afternoon. The evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in the current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. Oh shit.
もしもし、前原です。
あら、圭一くん、お母様はいらっしゃいますかしら。
今ちょっといないんですけど。
Oh my god. You idiot, Keiichi Maibara, don't reveal that your parents are gone. Bro just did all that for what? You can follow up still, calm down and take care of it?
すぐに戻ると思います。
That wasn't a good response either. Just say she's in the fucking restroom or she's constipated. Now they might say they'll call again or to tell her to call them when she comes
なら
back.
結構です。大した話でもありませんから。では失礼しますわね。
Scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. Oh, you fool. They already got everything they wanted. The call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone calls just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I had to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? But I knew I had to. They suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. I stopped announcing this was the Maibara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Oh my god, Oishi!
沖宮書房の大石と申しますが。
大石さんですか。
前原さんですか。こんばんは。お元気そうで何よりです。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san.
お待たせしました。
いかがですか、その後お変わりは。
Since then, when was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. And after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me. Yeah, fucking little demon succubuses. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. I think they got my goddamn phones tapped. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well.
もしもし、聞こえてますか、前原さん。
あ、すみません。なんて言いました？
その後、何か変わったことはありませんかとお尋ねしたんです。お返事がないんで焦りましたよ。
特には。
Tell him about the fucking crazy switches that Mion and Rena have. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. Maybe Oishi is with them by the timing of the call? I don't think so. I don't think Oishi would be with them. That seems a little ridiculous. I don't know. Because we saw the tip, and clearly Oishi is not, like, on the payroll or anything. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I have no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all.
大石さん、やっぱり俺、命を狙われているみたいです。
本当ですか？
偶然の可能性もあるんですが、先日俺が病気で休んだ日、夕方にあの二人がお見舞いに来たんです。
あの二人？
レナとミオンです。そしてそこで大石さんと一緒に昼飯を食ったことを正されました。
それで
お見舞いってことでおはぎを置いていったんですが、その中に針が入ってたんです。偶然飲み込まずに済みましたが、これってやっぱり脅迫でしょうか？
その針は？
よく見かけるような普通の裁縫針のようでした。
What if this is one of them just mimicking Oishi-san's voice perfectly somehow?
糸を通す穴が開いていて。
This is why you need fucking caller ID, bro.
違いますよ、前原さん。針です。証拠になります。
True.
脅迫だと立証できるかもしれません。
Well, but how do we prove it was from them, though? Right?
その針はありますか？
That's right, that's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see. I threw the mochi and the needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother, I cleaned that living room wall and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? Fucking idiot. I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. Tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day that they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents, but even at a glance I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find a needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in the trash stack. I know, I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method. This is how you get... This is how you get tetanus, bro. It was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was Not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I seen Carta Thea idol animation. I don't look at leaks, buddy. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. Wild Forzetti, thank you for the 8. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. I then dashed back upstairs where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long. Oh no. What if Oishi-san just was killed and then Mion and Rena pick up the phone on the other end?
もしもし、
Okay. Oof.
どうでしたか？
見つ
I
かり
got a
ません。
crazy imagination, bro. I think I've been playing too many fucking crazy,
あの時はつい気が動転していて、
そうですか。見つかればでいいんです。保管しておいてくださいね。
That's right, the needle wasn't the only incident I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and
あ
run.
と大石さん、それだけじゃないんです。
Should have gotten the license plate number.
実は今朝、
The van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without a question due to the circumstances at the
その
time.
車のナンバープレートは見ましたか？こちらでも探してみます。
Nope. Heiichi, you fucking idiot. This is why the first thing you always gotta do is remember the license plate. If you're fucking getting a hit and run, you know? Or if you can't remember a license plate, well, your excuse better be you got fucking killed or you're knocked out. At the time, I just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number? I was so focused just protecting myself.
すみません。白いワゴン車ってこと以外は
God damn
わ
it.
かりません。
Protecting myself that I've let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I don't know much more than it was
仕
a white
方ない
van.
ことですよ、前原さん。惹かれかければ気も動転します。
やっぱりこれだって偶然じゃないですよね。
Oishi-san started to hem and haw over and over the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms.
あと、レナの様子もやっぱり怪しいです。
それはどんな感じですか？
What Rena said on the way home today. Asking why it was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say with confidence that Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply
レ
disappearing.
ナは知っています。去年の鬼隠しにあったサトシのことを何か知っています。
それは具体的にどういうことですか？
レナが言うには、俺はサトシとそっくりらしいんです。このまま行くと、俺もサトシと同じ運命をたどると、そんな感じのことを言うんです。
運命ですか？具体的にどんな運命をたどるか言及しましたか？
天候と。
天候？
レナは、サトシは転校したって言ってるんです。で、俺もこのままだと転校しちゃうぞって。
Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly.
前原さん、それはおそらく何かの脅迫、もしくは警告ですね。
俺もそう思ってます。
At that point, I started to think. Would it be impotent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oishiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san. Except Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Orishiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of the conspiracy committed by all the villagers, Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishiro-san had admitted that he had Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little, meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect, no, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in the huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, it'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to the Mayabara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wonder if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. So I had to ask right now, because I had no idea where the next chance would come. Do you not hear the fucking doorbell?
大石さん、聞きたいことがあるんです。隠さないでくださいね。
ええ、何でも聞いてください。
Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I want to ask about Rena, about what happened at her previous
実
school.
はレナの
Notice the sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was a doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making deliveries and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting, and considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put into making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer
もし
the
もし、
door.
前原さん。
すみません。誰か来たみたいですので、ちょっと玄関に行ってきます。
お客さんですか。すみません、すみません。
Don't do it!
今夜のお電話はこれくらいにしましょうか。
That would be a problem.
いえ、すぐ戻りますから。
Take the phone with you! So that Oishi-san could hear everything on the other end. That would be the five-head play here. It's wired, bro? No, it's a portable phone, you fucking idiot. He literally brought it up from the living room to his room, you fucking... Did you guys pay attention? Oh my god. Fucking lore skippers in chat.
電話はこのままでいいですか？
はいはい、構いませんよ。
I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. How about you? Okay, Keiichi. Check through the fucking peephole. See who it is first. I had a hunch it was a lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. I swear to God, if this dumb motherfucker opens the door without checking. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends.
こんばんは。
What? Like, do you have a peephole in your door for fun?
Rena.
He can't reach it, he's too short? Oh my god. There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy. Because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to a mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echo back to me.
さーてね。おじさんにわからないことはないからね。
レナ
Did I go out? Am I... Oh, okay, she's giving me a headache. Oh my god.
うん。
It seems that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation at all.
何しに来たんだよ。
ねえ、ケイチ君。ち
Oh,
ゃん
okay,
と
okay,
ド
we're not
アを
out
開
yet.
け
We're
て
not
お
out. We're not
話
out.
し
We're
たい
not
な。
out. No, no, no. You could talk through the door, you fucking psycho bitch. What?
レナは玄関に入っちゃダメなのかな。
Nope, 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 nope. It was true that speaking through a chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. Nope, it's perfectly fine. I could just, no, they don't have to come in.
うち、夜は必ずチェーンかけてるんだよ。
Okay, that's the most bullshit excuse, but okay, Keiichi, whatever works.
気にすんなよ。
なら仕方ないかな。
What? Rena looked at the ground sadly. But she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
あのさ、ケイチ君。ご飯食べた？
What, you got another needle mochi for me, motherfucker? No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted
いや
to.
まだだよ。それがどうしたよ。
じゃあよかった。これ見て。お惣菜とか持ってきてあげたの。
No, 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 no. Don't eat a fucking single food coming out of her hand, bro. Shit's poisoned. Don't do it. Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth.
お台所とか貸してくれれば、お味噌汁も温めてあげられるよ。
Bitch, what about the chains not coming off? Did you not understand?
いいよ、そこまでしてくれなくても。
でも、お豆腐もお野菜もたっぷりなの。ケイチ君、そういうの嫌いかな？ かな？
Don't double con on me, bitch. There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes dense in fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible. Oh, God. Bro, he's gonna do it.
ご飯も持ってきてあげたから、レンジで温めればすぐ食べられるし。
Oh, don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh, yes, how wonderful it is to be born
そ
Japanese.
れからね、またお漬物を
The
作ってきたんだよ。
Okay, Alright, Keiichi.
今度は山菜のお漬物なの。
Before I moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai, but I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. Okay. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. Bro, Keiichi, what the fuck are we saying right now? Like, what's going on? It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu's family traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were. This is what I'm talking about? Like, Higurashi is exactly like Umineko. They do the same fucking shit. They just, like, get onto something and start yapping nonstop. They go so well with that fluffy white rice.
それからね、それからね。
But wait, there's more. So delicious just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self, who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Oh no. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Though the possibility that bro, she's like a fucking siren or something. This motherfucker just puts down his guard every time she fucking opens her mouth. That it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. Couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Rena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. True, bitch! How you know that, motherfucker? That fucking villager woman fucking... At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena. But Keiichi, you should have fucking said when she asked, did you eat yet? You should have been like, oh no, my mom's preparing it right now. We're good. Leave, bitch. Like, you already fucking slipped up, you know? Did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home, but I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper, there were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me.
ありがたいんだけどさ、もう少しで夕飯ができるみたいなんだよ。
え、そうなの？そうなの？
Oh shit.
せっかくで申し訳ないんだけどさ、その
Unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off
でも
weakly.
ちょっとはおかずになると思うな。
悪いけど間に合ってるよ。
Bitch, I said I don't want your food! Leave my house! God damn!
うちのお袋ってさ、結構おかずをいっぱい作るんだよ。だから。
え、おかずあるの？
The fuck you mean, huh? The smile that bordered on cringe, on a cringe? Bordered on a cringe. Oh, okay. As like okay. I dodged her questions apologetically, but the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up on my back, up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well.
ケイチ君もおかずとか作れるんだね。
Bitch, I said my mom was!
何を作ったのかな？
Don't say kana again.
いや、その別に俺が。
Ren had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so much that I'd made them, but rather my mom didn't.
本当に作ったの？
Bitch, why are you ignoring my mom?
おかず、ケイチ君が？
だから俺が作ったんじゃないよ。お袋が作った。あ、いや、作ってるんだよ今。だからさ、悪いけどレナの持ってきてくれたのは食べられないんだよ。
Oh my God, Keiichi. Rena fell silent at that moment. Oh, here it comes. She's about to fucking cook us. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes.
ケイチ君のお夕飯、当ててみようか？
なんだっていいじゃないか。
ね。
Conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated.
そのお夕飯、お湯だけで作れるんじゃないかな。
おいおい、侮るなよ。うちのお袋のスペシャルなディナーを見くびるなってんだ。そりゃもう満館全席状態ですごいのなんの。
Tried my best to put on strong front, but I couldn't grip my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that
ケイチ
silliness.
君、 本当にお母さんご飯作ってってくれたの？
Why do you care, bitch? I'd say she did.
いやだからくれたんじゃなくて今作ってるんだよ。もうすぐ晩飯に。
Rena had taken that assertion of mine that my mother was home and making dinner right now and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became.
ねえ、圭一くん。
At the moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway.
お母さんお家にいるのかな？かな？
Don't do it. Don't fucking say it twice. Couldn't keep up the charade anymore. Rena, she knew full well that my parents weren't home, but I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I concocted, so I answered. I told her she was here.
いるよ。もちろん。
Here we go. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gelid glare.
どうして？
What do you mean why?
何のことかな？
Cause you killed them? Tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look, it informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから嘘をつくのかな？かな？
Don't fucking double kana me in this situation, bitch. Honestly, she kind of looks happy here. She doesn't look angry. Low-key?
嘘なんか。
嘘だよね。
Don't you dare scream in our fucking ears again, Rena.
嘘なんかじゃ。
嘘だよ。
Okay, well, at least it wasn't as loud this time. Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. Yo, listen, Keiichi, you gotta make sure she can't slide her hand and fucking raise the chain up. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me.
圭一くんのお夕飯当てるよ。ね。
I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. That's not how chain works? Doesn't it look like you could just raise it from here? I don't know. It was still no strange that it had come to this. It's too short? Oh yeah, true. It would have to fully close to go all the way to the top. You're right. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? Well, I mean, let's be honest. She
カッ
probably
プラーメン
like that's not
当たりでしょ？
okay. Like you don't have to be a genius to guess that. I feel like that's like a pretty simple guess. Come on. That I was going to eat. Rena's voice actress is also Cantarella's. Really? That's pretty cool. The cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. That's crazy. Rena's got more character than Cantarella. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
ラーメンだけじゃきっとお腹すくと思うな。
I could just eat 2, Rena, okay? I don't have to eat 1.
ご飯とかも一緒の方がきっと腹持ちいいと思うよ。
Nope, I could just eat 2. I could just eat 2 or maybe 3, alright? Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. This is just coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tales of mine. Okay, Keiichi, you don't have to think too deep into this. What do you think a girl thinks a guy at home alone is gonna eat who she knows that can't cook by himself? Like cup noodles, like... I feel like this is like a no-brainer. Like, this isn't like she's reading your mind. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. It's not. She's not reading your mind. But it wasn't how she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly exist.
好きなの？
ラーメンが かよ。
豚骨生姜味。
What? The fuck she say? Rena indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. What the fuck did she just say? Oh, the noodle flavor. Oh shit. Oh, how does she know the noodle flavor though? Okay, that one's okay. Unless it's a popular flavor, it might be a popular flavor. Or she was there in the house before she could have seen it. So like, you know, she might still not be reading it. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken.
ごめん、レナ。今、なんて。
Because just close the door on her, bro. What's she gonna do? Walk home?
何が？
今さ、何が好きって聞いたんだよ。
It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer that was why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
豚骨生姜味。
I wonder how I appeared in the moment my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance.
なんでそこまでわかるんだよ。
I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena, but she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. It's because you bought it at the Village Mart, and the Village Mart worker told Rena what you bought. They already know everything, bro.
確かに買った。まとめて買った。俺が箱買いした。それがどうしてわかるんだ。
Listen, all of this could be explained.
なんでかな。不思議だね。だね。
How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer
どうし
protecting
てわ
me.
かる。なぜ知ってる。答えろ。
買ったのはセブンスマートだよね。
A shiver ran up my spine, tried covering it up with my angry
だから
facade.
なんでわかるんだよ。
圭一くんの後ろずっとくっついてたから。
Okay, that might be one way she knows. What the fuck, freak?
何を言ってんだよ。
Could understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this
だか
time.
らレナが圭一くんの後ろにずっとくっついてたの。
Like that night? The night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san, I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind a door, behind me, standing there just like that. Maybe that's why the villagers even more ask where is Rena, because she's just behind me all the fucking time, even when I think I'm alone.
圭一くんがいろんなラーメン選んでるとこ後ろからずっと見てたの。いろんな種類を選んでたんだよね。それでお母さんに怒られたの。高いラーメンばっかり選ぶから一種類にしなさいって。それで圭一くん大好きな大きいカップの豚骨生姜味を選んだんだよね。レナも好きだよ、豚骨ラーメン。でも大きいカップは全部食べきれないけどね。
My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. Blue Maru, thank you for the prime. Welcome to the Fobbits. Welcome, welcome. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided yet, completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Rena advanced.
だから圭一くん、ここを開けて。
No, 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 don't do it. Fucking demon wench.
レナと一緒にご飯食べよ。
Nope, she's gonna fucking kill me and eat me alive.
きっと美味しいから。ね。
Whoa, 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 whoa! Yo, yo, yo! Fucking put your fucking hands down! Grimy ass looking fingers. Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the cracks in the door one at a time as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me, but Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again. Clatter, clatter, just close the door! But it doesn't light. It doesn't
開け
light.
て圭一くん。
Just fucking close it on her fingers. Fucking break
帰っ
them.
てくれ。頼むから。帰ってくれ。
どうしてそんな意地悪を言うのかな。かな。
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Doesn't look very nice anymore.
帰ってくれ。帰れよ。帰れ。
Powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. Slammed the door on her fingers! Break that shit! Tackled the door. The force through the door and knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. Okay, nice. Okay, I feel like you kind of saved her fingers there by pushing her off. I feel like you should smash the fingers, teach her a lesson, but you know, it's fine. Planted my feet firmly and pulled with all my might. That slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. The source of that was Rena's... Ah! Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in my doorway.
痛いよ圭一くん。
No, 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 she's doing this so that you would open the door to help her. Just open it slightly and let her fingers get out and... It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. Oh god, I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my grip on the door at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door was closing.
本当に痛いの圭一くん。悪ふざけが過ぎたなら謝るよ。
I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything.
痛いの。痛いの。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Don't, Keiichi. She's trying to make you feel bad for her. Don't do it. Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I've trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Bro, if I was a person getting their fingers basically smashed like that, I'd be screaming. She's not even screaming.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the doors closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena. Oh boy, we are not going to school tomorrow, bro.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。圭一くん、ごめんなさい。ここを開けて。圭一くん。
Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely, nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. Good. But that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before, Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts at disguise the fact my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. One step, two step, with each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. Sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed. The phone. Oishi-san. Finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently. Oh god. Bro, someone else is gonna pick up, and it's not gonna be Oishi. since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I talked with Rena for so long, how did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time which felt frozen began moving once
もし
again.
もし、大石さん、お待たせしてすみませんでした。
いえいえ、大してお待ちしていませんよ。
Okay. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was.
レナが来ました。
遊びに来たんですか？
Yeah, to play with my fucking mind. I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san, but I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. That's right, I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Rena, but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about it tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything, I definitely
リュ
won't.
ウグレナさんのことですか？調べましたよ。まあ簡単には。
I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend.
その簡単な全てを知りたいんです。
あなたが聞いて面白いような話はありませんよ。
大石さん、
Spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said
リュ
it.
ウグレナは怪しいと思っています。
Uh-oh.
過去の事件がたとえお社様のたたりによるものだったにせよ、リュウグレナは関わっています。
Add Rena's stare? Bro, why is the 7TV website so dog shit? This isn't even a good emo. This is like a pretty... Nah, this emote's ass. Nah. Link a good one. That one's mid. Nah. Check the other one. The fuck did you just link me? What is that? Is she powering up? The fuck? I don't know what that is. Listen, no. I feel like the only good one would be of her with that deathly stare, right? Like, if you want a stare emote, it's gotta be that, like, just deathly stare image, okay? Even if the past incidents were for Moyashiro-sama's curse, Rena Ryugu is involved.
レナさんが怪しいと思える具体的な証拠があるのですか？
The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a
状況
detective.
証拠だけです。
そうですか。
Could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. He disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it
大石
seemed.
さん、目に見える証拠がなければ動けないんですか？
Oh, my back. What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. Zoishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things. He understood me just fine.
大丈夫ですよ、前原さん。あなたは私が守ります。
Sure. That was not the least bit reassuring. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can, buddy boy. Like, Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was going to get killed and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to
大石さ
him.
んの捜査は俺の生死と無関
I'll
係でしょ
bet
う
you
が。
he's been recording all these phone
終わりなんで
calls
す。
as well. Just to fucking lock it in, you know? Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous
だから
position.
話してください。レナのこと。サトシは転校しました。多分俺もそれほど遠くない将来、レナの言う転校をするでしょう。ですが大石さんには 俺の死体を見つけることもできないでしょうね。現にサトシの死体だってまだ見つけられてない。
It's not wrong. He's not wrong.
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
Don't tell me to calm down. You don't have a psycho demon bitch at your fucking door at fucking whatever 7 p.m. It's not that late. I was already suppressing my agitation even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust of the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I at least wanted to know what happened before Rena transferred schools.
つまらない話になるのは覚悟の上ですね。
Why does he keep saying that? Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally
今
caved.
の俺にとってつまらない話は何一つありません。お願いします。
まずいくつかお断りすることがあります。
Confidentiality?
はい。
他言無用でお願いします。また内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。
真実ではないかもしれない。言ってる意味がよくわかりません。
What is this? Maybe that one, but like, still, I don't know. Like, maybe if it was a little bit more zoomed in, so that you could, it's like in small form, it's kind of hard to see shit. Really? What do you mean? Here, listen, I'll add it. Just kidding, we can't. We're full. We're full.
ひなみ沢の連続開始事件は捜査本部がありません。毎年の事件はここに扱われています。ですから竜宮レナが捜査線に浮上したことは一度もないのです。つまりですね、
レナの調査は警察としてでなく個人として行ったということですか？
ご理解いただけて助かります。話のほとんどは電話、もしくは会って聞かせてもらったものばかりです。ですから裏が取れていません。鵜呑みにしないでほしいということなんですよ。ご理解いただけますね。
全部聞いた話だけなんですか？
ええ、申し訳ないです。個人調査ですのでね。
あれ、以前レナのカルテを見たって言いませんでしたか？確かにそう聞きましたよ。
Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line.
そんなことも言いましたかね。気のせいということにしてください。
I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all.
話してください、大石さん。
わかりました。
Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew.
私が知る話も前原さんと大きくは変わりません。
ではどこを詳しく調べたんですか？
I didn't need to ask. It was an incident right before she was transferred back to
レナが起こ
Hinamizawa.
した事件とその後の医者での告白ですね。
はい。
大石さんはその内容を知っているからこそレナたちを疑っているんですね。
ええ、疑っています。
やはりレナたちが犯人。
ああ、いえ、疑うとはそういう意味ではないんです。
Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring.
じゃあ何を疑ってるんですか？
お社様ですよ。 お社様のたたりって本当にあるのかな。なんてまあ。
Oji-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. The fuck? Oji-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstance beyond Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events leading him to delve into Rena's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. I left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
あ、いえ、急にすごい雨が。すみません。どうぞ続けてください。
Close the window, Keiichi! That crazy demon bitch is gonna climb the fucking walls! I got up while still on the phone, grasped
は
the
じめ
window.
に事件と申し上げましたが、学校側も被害者も告発していないので、正式には事件ではないのです。でですね、この辺りがどうも関係者皆さん口が重いんですよ。被害者の一人は片目に後遺症を残すぐらい殴られているのにもかかわらずです。
What the fuck?
学校側か、もしくは表沙汰になるのを望まない何者かがいろいろ根回しをしたのかもしれませんね。またカウンセリングを担当した神経科医も職業倫理に厳格な方で。もしもし、前原さん、聞こえてます？
There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe, and this shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Oh my god, her fucking fingers, bro. Ugh. Standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be at this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oshi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. What was it? She was repeating to me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window fixated on her?
前原さん、聞こえてますか？もしもーし。
ごめんなさい。
え、前原さん。
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめん。
もしもし、前原さん、どうしましたか？
Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. Keiichi, don't do it. The other self inside me drew the curtains hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena relentlessly apologized. Apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop. I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. Damn it. Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't forgive you? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive, 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 won't forgive.
前原さん、聞こえてるなら返事をしてください。もしもーし。
Oh shit. Bro, she's fucking going crazy. Oh my god, fucking psycho bitch. Split personality at the 7th mark. Falling on deaf ears. Rain of apologies. Starseeker,
よ
look
く
at the
映画などに
39.
登場しますが、簡単に言うとどのようなものでしょうか。
複数の人格を持つことによる逃避と考えられています。
多重人格は逃避の一つなのですか。
さようです。そのメカニズムは完全には解明されていませんが、精神を守るために脳が行う防御行動の一つではないかと考えられています。
例えば貧乏な人がお金持ちになった自分を想像するという現実逃避ってありますよね。
Okay.
これも多重人格なわけですか。
極論はできませんが、講義的にはそう解釈できます。つまり誰にでもあり得る現象なのです。
その現実逃避の見境がなくなると二重人格になるのですか。
ちょっと難しいですね。そう提唱する説もありますし、否定する説もあります。諸説紛々です。
では精神医学の世界ではまだ多重人格というのは未知の解明されていない現象なんですか。
残念ながらそうなります。今後の研究が期待されます。
でも二重人格なんてなんだかかっこいいですよね。どういう人が二重人格になれるんですか。
なれると言いますか、なりやすいと言いますか、最近の研究では遺伝と死因が複雑に絡み合い、中でも幼少期の育児体験が大きく作用するのではないかと言われています。
そういえばこの A 君も家庭に問題を抱えてるんですよね。気の毒に。7つの人格を持つ青年 A。
7.
では VTR の続きをどうぞ。ですがその前にコマーシャル。
Okay. The other tip? Motherfucker, I ain't going through all of them, okay? Sometimes I could go back on them. Alright. Alright, hold on 1 second. I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in a panic all night. I spent all night hugging the metal bat and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my door, waiting, watching just in case someone tried to break in through my window. If I left this spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. Thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to just stay awake. At some point during that endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, a light began to shine outside, but that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Rena was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time, but I needed to make my breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable, so staying holed up in here was probably my safest option. But staying here wouldn't solve anything. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without cold hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. So unless I found some sort of proof, These relentless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes just like I did every morning. I regulated my breathing and regained my senses. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set their trap for me. But that didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any cars that drive by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face. I wasn't just protecting myself, I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurais were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katanas. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. Alright, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength, and entrust your dying regrets to me since you were probably murdered. I'll make sure I dispel them. With a renewed resolve, I checked the clock. It was still early. Of course, I was going to school by myself today. If I didn't want to run into Rena or Mion, I needed to leave now. The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. Was there blood on the fucking door? Right? I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now, considering what would happen if I ran into Rena or Mion. It wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today I was going to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Keiichi Maebara. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last is me. Spent the morning practicing my swing like it was my natural routine. After a while, Rena arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rena said nothing about last night, as if it never happened, but I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. I just heard her telling Satoko and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen, though it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Rena's incident before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rena as a cute ideal girl.
ケイちゃん、相変わらず甲子園一直線だね。
It was Mion. I had already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised.
ミオンか。分かってるなら放っておいてくれよ。俺は甲子園で忙しいんだ。
I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing, tactfully keeping Mion from getting any closer.
ケイちゃんさ、ちょっと休憩。
I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a
ホーム
rest.
ルームまであとちょっとだろ。もう一汗かかせてくれよ。
I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my
ケイちゃんっ
refusal.
て野球好きだったっけ？
最近好きになった。
最近って昨日から？
分かってんなら聞くなよ。
あれまあ、スポーツマンにしては爽やかじゃないお返事だことで。
気が散る。
Bro, I don't want to hate Mion. I kind of like her, you know?
放っておいてくれ。
I ignored Mion and kept swinging. I mean, she did have that one psycho moment, but like, you know, she hasn't had any moments besides that. Normally, she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this, but Mion just stood there waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility, but we were at school in plain view. I doubt she suddenly attacked me here. Or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be bad to take a break and hear her
何か
out.
用なんだろう。なんだよ。
Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me.
用ってわけでもないけどさ。お疲れのようなら後にするけど。
今でいい。
I'm only dealing with you right now because I judge the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from the others, that's out of the question.
さ。
Miyun was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But unlike Oishi-san, it didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Miyun was puzzled, trying to find the right way to say. But then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of that mire.
おじさんダメだわ、こういうの。ボキャ品はつらいわ。
なんだよ突然。言いたいことがあるならはっきりと言えよ。
やめてよ。素振り。
She cut straight to the point. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I had already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I?
ちゃんとやめてるだろ。
じゃなくて、今日で終わりにしてほしいの。悪いけど。
Took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a
なんで
bat?
だよ。余計なお世話だよ。別に誰にも迷惑かけてないだろ。
かけてる。
Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating.
俺がいつ誰に迷惑をかけたよ。
Mion was at a loss for words, but she finally made up her mind and spoke. Though she sputtered as she said it.
だってさ、ケイちゃん、それ人のバットだしさ。無断借用は悪いし。
How do I get permission from a dead person, Mion?
転校した生徒の忘れ物だろ。本人が取りに来るまで借りてるだけだよ。
ああ、まあね。転校したし。
Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. I made it all too clear that this transfer was a lie.
でも変わってるよな。兄貴だけ転校なんだろ。妹は転校しなかったんだろ。
Mion couldn't hide her reaction as my words shook her up.
ケイちゃん、知ってたの？
王城聡、聡子の兄貴だろ。去年鬼隠しにあって消えた。
Unable to respond that, Mion fell
レナに
silent.
も言われた。なんで素振りを始めたのかってな。サトシもやってたんだってな、素振り。それも失踪の直前に。これってさ、お社様のたたりに合う前兆ってわけなのか？
Oh shit, we're fucking really yapping now, aren't we? Mion panicked and looked around.
頼むよ、ケイちゃん。お社様の話はうかつにしないでよ。私はそんなに信じてないからいいけどさ、他のみんなはすごく信じてる。レナなんかヤバいくらいに。
やばいくらいに？
とにかくみんな怖がってるんだよ。もしもこれが悪ふざけならやめな。サトシの真似は絶対にやめて。
I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? But it still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. Okay, how about this? Keiichi, how about you just tell them you found a needle in your fucking mochi? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Maybe it was the fucking grandma. Maybe the grandma secretly hates you, Keiichi, right? Maybe she thinks you're fucking seducing her fucking granddaughter. Okay? I don't know. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decision.
先に言っとく。俺はサトシのことは何も知らない。みんなが隠してたからな。
隠してたってわけじゃ。
毎年起こる事件のことを隠してたろ。
あ、それはケイちゃんを
怖がらせたくなかったってのか？それが理由で俺だけのけ者かよ。
いや、そんなつもりじゃ。
ミオンに直にダム現場で事件がなかったかって聞いたよな。ミオンはないって言ったじゃないか。
Bro, I kind of feel bad for Mion here, you know?
バラバラ
Like,
殺
she's
人があ
kinda
ったのに
trying.
よ。嘘つき野郎。
ごめん。嘘ってわけじゃ。
Yeah, unless she's trying to fish us, she's baiting us.
仲間ってのは隠し事なんかなしだろ。そうだろ。じゃあお前らは仲間じゃない。
Ooh.
ケイちゃん、そんなのって。
Mion looks helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like
ああ、
this.
それに先日の見舞いのおはぎ、あれうまかったぜ。血が出るかと思った。やったのはどっちだ。お前かレナか。
私。
What? She admitted it so easily? I couldn't help but be surprised as how easy that
死
was.
ぬかもしれなかったんだぞ。仲間にあんな真似をするのかよ。
そんなちょっとしたいたずらじゃん。
A needle and mochi is a prank? I could have bro, what? Swallowing a needle is a prank? Oh my god. Okay, bro. Mion gave me a wry smile mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside
あれ
me.
がいたずらで済むかよ。
I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. Whoa, 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 okay. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle, a sewing needle. If I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what did she think would happen? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sonozaki I
と
knew
にかく
anymore.
お前は仲間じゃない。仲間じゃない奴の指図は受ける言われはない。俺のことは当分放っておいてもらうぜ。いいな。
Mion wasn't replying
俺を
anymore.
消そうとしても簡単にはいかないからな。お前らは最初から警察に疑われてんだ。
Okay, Keiichi, now you're yapping a little much. Okay, hold up. Like, pipe down.
サトシを消せたように簡単に消せると思うなよ。
You're fucking showing all your entire hand. Oh my god. Said it clearly. This was my declaration of
俺も
war.
過去の事件はお前らが怪しいと思ってる。
Oh my god. We're just yapping away.
ダムの反対運動の時からお前が警察の世話になってたこともよく知ってる。隠しきれてると思うなよ。いいな。
どうしてそんなことまで。
I'm gonna say all literally have split personality. And like they just don't know. And the other split personality, the dark form, is the one that knows. But that's just like... Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It was time for morning
行こうぜ。
homeroom.
委員長がいないとまずいだろ。ん
At that moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks.
ひどいよ、ケイちゃん。
み
I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel
俺
guilty.
行くぜ。
Okay, Keiichi, alright, he's kind of locked in.
ホームルーム遅れるなよ。
I left Mion still shaking as I turned around to head for the entrance. Damn. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter as she was speaking to herself.
そっか。
え
She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself, but it was a sobbing voice that had a kind of giddy, cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her.
ケイちゃんに全部バラしたの。あの野郎か。
What am I looking at? Are these her fucking eyes? She balled up her fist as her tears continued to rain down. She glared at a spot at the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from
あの
Rena's.
時殺しとくんだったな。
Back then?
今年で定年だからって容赦してやった恩も忘れやがって。
Whoa, 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 whoa. Retiring this year? Was she talking about Oishi-san?
ちくしょう、ちくしょう、あのじじい絶対に殺してやる。
It felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral, bending, whirling. This was the first time I'd experienced such a visage.
起立、気をつけ。
Mion made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Rena nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Satoko nor Rika looked at me in the eye. Oh shit. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred in had been almost too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today it felt oddly refreshing. The bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense yet so dull. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join into the club activities, I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. Bless you. I stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. But deep down inside me, far beneath in the recess of my heart, achingly I knew this would be the last day of this cycle. I couldn't tell how the ending would be, whether it would end as if I wished it to end or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? Why did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were just desperately trying to tell me something? Something mixed in with their shrieks. Tomitake-san and Satoshi were also trying to tell me something. I simply hadn't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw Higurashi on his back spasming weakly. Bwee, bwee, bwee. There was still much of summer left, yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened, but I had to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who'd brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long. But in this moment, when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass by me? No. Since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I hid myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me was a Rena just like yesterday. If it was Rena, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Rena, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear that I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Who could it be? I peeked out from behind the trees at the person following me. Yo, I don't like her smile. What the fuck is in her hands? My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rena. I don't know, bro. That's a psycho look. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling left me in an instant. Is that a fucking hatchet? This wasn't the same Rena that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, but her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. Yes, it looked like she was grinning slightly. And in her hand, in her right hand, was a hatchet. I hid myself behind the trees once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball, practicing my swing, there was tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. But for that hatchet, there was no excuse for that. A hatchet just like that?
ケイチくん、かくれんぼかなかな。
My heart was pounding, hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good, not good, not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was
レ
here.
ナを驚かせようとしたのかなかな。
I decided that it would be better to reveal myself now since there was still space between us than to allow Rena to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind a tree. Oh god, bro. Fucking Keiichi's about to play half sword, but he's against a fucking boss round where they got the axe and he's got a fucking dull weapon.
ケイチくん、見つけた。
God, I feel like if you played the original, it just wouldn't be as scary. Like, what is this shit? This shit isn't scaring me. Like, this just looks goofy. You know? Rena was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Ugh, not good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of viscous, hot, and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, that substance would slip into my bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all my organs in my body. Not good, not good. I'll be devoured by Rena at this rate. Strike back, don't lose.
何の用だよ。
I blustered, hiding behind my bravado, but Rena didn't flinch
ケ
one
イ
bit.
チくんと同じ。
Oh, you're practicing for the lumbering committee. Ah, she's going for the world lumbering championship. It's a thing. They have to like cut the piece of log really fast.
帰り道だよ。
じゃあそのナタは何だよ。
じゃあケイチくんのそのバットは何なのかな。
俺は素振りで。
Yeah, what are you practicing, Rena?
じゃあレナは宝探しなの。
With a fucking hatchet? You should be using a shovel. Rena gave a flippant explanation as to why she has such a fearsome weapon.
宝探し？
ダム現場の宝の山にね、また新しいかいいのを見つけたの。だからね、それを発掘するために必要なの。
信じるかよ、そんなの。
信じないよね。
Rena's laugh was so obviously very strange. I'd seen Rena's transformation many times before, but the one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes, it wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say, it was just so obvious.
待ってよ、ケイチくん。
Rena didn't stop walking, even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Rena got close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. The cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape.
ついてくるなよ。
それはできない相談だよ。レナのうちもこっちだもん。
When I met with Rena on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands, but today was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Rena and me was the same, that's fine. I just changed my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned out onto a side street I've never been down and knew little about. But Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing? Why? Why? Aren't you going home? Then just go home down the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spilling out of my mouth.
どうしてついてくるんだよ。
The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror.
圭一君とお話ししたいから。
Yo, put the hatchet down if you want to talk, bitch.
圭一君もレナとお話ししたいんじゃないかな。かな。
Don't fucking con on me, bitch.
俺は何も話したいことなんかない。
嘘だよね。相談したいこときっとあるはずだよ。
ない。レナと話すことなんか何もないよ。
嘘だよね。
嘘じゃないよ。
嘘だ。
Whoa, whoa, whoa. New sprite? Have you seen this before, maybe? I don't know. Jesus Christ. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace.
お話ししようよ、圭一君。お話。
Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street? Keiichi, you could easily outrun Rena. Just fucking full sprint into your house, bro, and just fucking lock the door, man. Like, what's she gonna do? Break down your door with a hatchet? Because she might, low-key.
ないよ。何も悩んでない。
嘘だ。
Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, why wasn't I getting any further
わか
away?
るよ。わかる。レナはわかるよ。怖いんだよね、圭一君。
怖くなんかない。何も怖いことなんか。
嘘だ。
My breathing grew heavy as it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Chad, this is why you gotta do cardio. If a psycho crazy bitch with a hatchet is chasing you, you need to fucking be locked in. Alright? You should at least be able to run 10 miles easy. Okay? Like, nah. No, none of the soy boy shit. Rena wasn't even breaking a sweat. The fuck? How are you not able to outrun her?
レナだけは相談に乗ってあげられるよ。今度こそ乗ってあげられる。
I had no idea what she was talking about or what exactly she wanted to
今
do.
度こそ相談に乗ってあげられる。
This time?
サトシ君の時とは違うもの。
Oh, because you killed Satoshi before you could listen. When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment, but even as I did that, Rena was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop.
サトシ君も悩んでた。辛そうだった。でもレナは相談に乗ってあげられなかった。とても悲しかった。
Where did this street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs? It was hard to believe that this was even remotely in the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the
サトシ君
window.
が転校しちゃった時ね、本当に後悔したんだよ。
This fucking idiot, bro. He should have just kept going the normal way to his fucking house. Like, oh my god.
レナが相談に乗ってあげれば、サトシ君は転校せずに済んだかもしれないって、すごく後悔した。
Oh my god, I'm in some fucking... we're going to the swamp, boys. We're going to the fucking swamp. We're getting transferred into the fucking swamp. Wasn't I getting farther away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still
だ
disturbingly
から
calm.
ね、誓ったの。もしもサトシ君みたいに苦しんでる人にもう一度会えたなら、レナが助けてあげようって。もう人が転校するところは見たくないな。
Damn it. What does transfer even mean? I won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as
さあ、
Satoshi.
ケイチ君、レナに話して。レナはきっとケイチ君を理解してあげられるよ。レナだけはケイチ君の味方。
I started wheezing out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode and my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. I couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid
悩み
thought.
がなくなればきっと圭一くんも元通りみんなとも仲良しに戻れてまた楽しく部活ができるよ。今度は一緒に組んでみーちゃんをやっつけようね。
That shit didn't even fit into the fucking screen. How much fun that would be. Rena couldn't even imagine how much I'd wished I could turn back the clock on these past few days.
レナともきっと仲良しに戻れるよ。また一緒に宝探しに行きたいね。今度はお弁当も作っていくよ。なんなら今から宝探しでもいいよ。行こうよ、一緒にダム現場。見つけたばかりの可愛いのケイチくんにも見せてあげるね。
Yeah, I'll bet it's a fucking body.
きっとケイチくんも気に入るよ。
I'll bet it's Oishi-san. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, Rena's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rena. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet. That momentary lapse was all it took. Of all the things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and I crumpled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rena was already standing right in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rena was so cool and composed that she could have frozen the air around her. She does cardio. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense if her heart was beating.
何が怖いのかな。怯えるなんてケイチくんらしくないよ。
Her expression looked almost affectionate, those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Rena's hand deftly slipped over her head. The blur of arms as I moved made me feel as if I was staring at the godliness of thousand-armed Buddha. Then as both her arms met above her head, the hatchet that she held came into focus. Keiichi, you gotta fucking... I stared up at it in disbelief. It was all I could do.
教えてくれ。サトシはどうなったんだよ。
Rena stayed like that, with that hatchet raised above her head and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her action.
言ったよ。サトシくんは転校したの。
その転校ってのをやめろよ。鬼隠しってことなんだろ。そうだろ。もう教えてくれたっていいだろ。サトシを消したのは誰だよ。エラかミオンか、それとも村の誰かが。答えろよ。
I became frantic the more I screamed, but Rena did nothing but maintain the smile frozen on her face.
ケイチくんが何を言ってるかわからないな。
じゃあ分かるように言ってやる。連続開始事件の犯人は誰だ。
ケイチくんは勘違いしてるよ。
え？
人間の犯人なんかいない。すべてはお社様が決めることだもの。
お社様のたたりなんて迷信だろ。レナは信じてるってのか。
信じるとか信じないとかじゃない。お社様はいるの。
Rena's gaze grew even more gelid. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question
お
anything.
社様なんているわけが。
ケイチくんは信じないの？お社様。
信じられるはずないだろ。そんなのいるわけがない。
いるよ、お社様。ケイチくんだって身近に感じてるはずだよ。
そんなもの感じたことないよ。
ケイチくんさ、誰かに謝られたことない？それもずっと。
That was you. All noises from the outside world disappeared. Only Rena's voice resounded loudly and terribly.
それはね、許してもらえるまでずっとついてくるの。学校へもお家へも枕元へも。
I couldn't understand what Rena was
レナの
saying.
ところへも来たんだよ、お社様。だからレナは転校してひなみ沢に帰ってきたの。
I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rena
圭
saying?
一くんのところにもお社様来てるんじゃない？きっと相談に乗れるのは私だけ。圭一くんを転校なんかさせないからね。
Ah! Rena's demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Rena saying Oishiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Bobby. Last night I had heard about that when I asked about Rena.
他言無用でお願いします。また内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。
Oishi-san began speaking.
被害者も学校も告訴していないので、つまり警察が関与してないわけなんですよ。ですから詳細は関係者からの聞き取りのみなのです。つまり信憑性が高くない。
被害者って言いましたか？レナはガラスを割っただけじゃないんですか？
いえ、男子生徒が3人ほどリュウグウレナに殴られています。金属バットでです。2人はあざで済みましたが、1人は片目に後遺症を残すほどの大怪我をしたそうです。
それって傷害事件じゃないんですか？警察は逮捕とかしないんですか？
どういうわけか被害者が告発しないんですよ。警察に届け出がないので。
You were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally, there would be a criminal investigation, but why didn't they press charges?
被害者の男子生徒3人にもそれぞれ話を聞こうとしましたが、全員こう言ってはなんですが、怯えてるんですよ。彼女が転校した今でも。
大石さん、話を最初から整理して話してくれませんか？
Rena hit people while she broke the windows? Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different.
某月某日、リュウグウレナは親しい男子生徒3人と一緒にプール倉庫のあたりで話をしていました。
その3人って何者ですか？
個人名は伏せますが、3人ともリュウグウレナととても親しい仲良しグループだったそうです。彼女はこう言ってんだったんですな。
So it wasn't that strange that the four of them were together.
それでどうなったんです？
理由はわかりません。リュウグウレナはプール倉庫脇にあった野球部のバットを手に取り、3人を次々に殴り倒しました。
There were no witnesses. This was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rena and 3 male students were at the pole storage shed together, talking together. They weren't seeking help, rather they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. At that time, Rena underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening. Then taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends one after the other. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their heads, she made her way towards the school building. Then she broke the glass windows one after the other. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on the scene and subdued her.
レナに起こった変化って何ですか
？3人の証言で一致するのは、突然人が変わった、豹変したという点です。
豹変。
I also could recall Rena's transformation. I've seen that change many times before. It was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like
その
Rena.
表変っていうのはたびたびあったことなんですか？
いえ、そういうのは全くなかったそうです。私も調べられる限り、彼女の過去や病歴等を追ってみましたが、見つけることはできませんでした。
そのレナみたいに突然人が変わる現象って結構あるんですか？
もちろんありますよ。精神的なものから性格的なものまでたくさんあります。
ではレナには潜在的に表変する要素があったってことですか？
断言はできません。ですが、リュウグウ・レナをよく知る友人たちからの証言では、とても彼女にそういう要素があるようには思えません。
Kind, caring, and adorable. Even before she's transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in school like she was now. Well, see, none of this still lines up with... Why the fuck did Tomitake fucking rip his own fucking throat out, right? Like... Because, like, let's say Mion and Rena and the girls are fucking, you know, going around killing people. It was itchy. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believe that it was mistaken for thinking that was Rena even
そして
now.
どうなったんですか？
学校の正面が病院でしたので、3人はすぐに病院に担ぎ込まれ、手当てを受けました。
レナは警察はどうして警察沙汰にならなかったんですか？
警察は呼ばれなければ関与はできませんからね。
That's some stupid shit, by the way. Like, if you see a crime, you should just fucking be able to fucking investigate it without being reported. Like, what the fuck?
一人は後遺症を残すくらい大怪我したんじゃないんですか？どうして訴えないんです？
私もそこは引っかかりました。何かの圧力、もしくは脅迫があったのか。それとも訴えたくても訴えられない理由があったのか。
もちろん大石さんのことですから調べたんですよね。
ねえ、まあ。ですが、初めに言いましたよね。被害者たちの口がとにかく重いのです。触れたがらないというか、関わりたくないというか。
Didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to be involved. It resembled the villagers here and Oyashiro-sama's curse.
学校の先生とかからは何も聞けなかったんですか？
学校は聖域なんですよ。隠蔽体質とでも言いますか。私も捜査令状を取ってませんから弱いんですよね。
じゃあ学校側はノーコメント？
いえ、事件の存在自体を否定しました。ですが某日、間違いなく病院に3人の男子生徒が打撲で担ぎ込まれたのは事実なんです。病院にその記録が残ってますので。
被害者は語らず学校は否定する。何もわからないじゃないですか。
ねえ、その事件があったという事実以上のことは何もわかりません。被害者たちもこの事件が公になることを望んでいませんので、私と前原さん、私たち2人が忘れれば、
Don't tell
そ
the
のま
other
ま闇に消えるで
motherfuckers,
しょう。
alright, chat? If you tell, you're gonna get transferred. Okay? Motherfuckers. I know what ramen you're eating, bitch. For a brief period, we sat in silence. At first, it looked like a simple assault case, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by roiling waves, sinking quietly into the void as if it never existed to begin with.
その後、学校を謹慎で休学します。そしてその間、神経科医のカウンセリングを受けました。
その医者からは何か聞けたんですか？
これがまた職業倫理
We're
の
playing
しっか
Ishmael
りした
tomorrow.
尊
We have
敬
a
すべき方でした
sponsor.
ね。 口が硬いんですよ。もうとにかく。
警察手帳を見せてもダメなんですか？
ふむふむ。
書面で申請しろと言われました。手帳自体に法的拘束力は何もありませんからね。
じゃあ大石さんはどうやってレナがお社様のことを告白したことを知ったんですか？
一部を聞いてた看護師さんがいましてね。この方は手帳を見せただけで協力してくださいました。
それでなんと？
Turns out that the nurse hadn't heard everything. Apparently, all that she remembered was that she overheard from inside the
看護
room.
師さんが言うには、その時のリュウグウレナはとても淡々としていて落ち着いていたそうです。
More like she was confessing her sins at church than a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of it, but partway through, her mother was asked to leave, so it became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Rena for a while.
例のお社様の話はどこで出てきたんですか？
途中です。その名前を突然叫んだのです。だから看護師さんもびっくりして聞き耳を立てたのです。
What the fuck?
お社様です。
Rena suddenly shouted that. I had no idea what was said before that, so I had no idea what the meaning behind it could have been. Doctor calmly and collectedly asked Rena to have a seat.
そのお社様というのは何ですか？
Gently, ever so gently. A fundamental part of counseling is to be a good, patient listener.
ひなみ沢を捨てた人は必ずお社様に追われるんです。そしてとうとう私のところにも来たんです。
竜宮さんが今のお家に引っ越される前に住んでいた町ですね。
私は引っ越したくなかったけど、お母さんとお父さんの都合で仕方なく引っ越しました。
Rena, where the fuck are your parents? Do they know you're running around with a hatchet?
お社様は許してくれなかったんです。
竜宮さんはきっとひなみ沢にもお友達がたくさんいたんでしょうね。今でも懐かしいんじゃないですか？
帰りたい。ひなみ沢に帰りたい。帰りたいんじゃない。帰らなきゃいけない。本当はもっと早くに帰らなきゃいけなかった。でももうダメ。お社様が来てしまった。
お社様というのはそのひなみ沢の神様なんですね。
誰でも知ってるひなみ沢の守り神様なんです。それでひなみ沢を捨てて出て行こうとすると罰を当てるんです。
竜宮さんが引っ越しをされたのはもうずいぶん前ですよね。では今になってその神様がやってきたということですか？
信じないでしょうけど、お社様はいるんです。
A nurse was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. That was all she remembered.
お社様がか。
確かにひなみ沢にはそういう迷信があります。里を捨てて出ていくとお社様の罰が当たるという、この辺りは前原さんもすでにご存知ですよね。
And knew very well that what those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the dam construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then the following year, Satoko's parents, supporters, and leading advocates for the dam were cursed to their death. But this was the first time I've heard of the curse incurred by leaving the village.
初耳です。村の外敵がたたられるのはわかりますが、どうして出ていく村人まで？普通出ていくものはたたられないものじゃないんですか
Hanzo, it's a bit strange to say it, but I could see it as a rule that the people who come in are the ones who would be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder. Curses weren't something to chase people after they leave, were they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit over on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again.
ひなみ沢が大昔鬼ヶ淵と呼ばれていたという話はしましたよね。
I recalled hearing that. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as the village of demons.
麓の村人たちは鬼たちを崇めていました。で、鬼ヶ淵は神聖な土地なので絶対に不可侵。むやみに立ち入るとお社様のたたりがあるとされてきたんです。
Yeah, so much for a guardian deity, bro. It's some fucking evil bitch. Could
そ
understand
れは
that.
わかります。でも出ていくのまでダメってのは。
鬼たちもまたですね。属性に出ていかないようお社様に厳しく見張られていたんだとか。つまりお社様っていうのは属性と鬼ヶ淵の交流を禁じていたんでしょうな。
I see. Finally understood what sort of thing Oeshiro-sama was.
つまりお社様ってのは守り神ってよりも監視者なんですね。この地を外界から隔離しようとする。
そんな感じになるんでしょうな。すみません、私も詳しくないんです。この辺りはばあ様の受け売りでして。
Don't talk shit about Oeshiro-sama. It's bad for your health. I could understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamizawa would be cursed, and those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So because Rena originally lived in Hinamizawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirement of being
つまり
cursed?
レナは望まない引っ越しをしたためお社様のたたりにあったと、そう話しているわけですか。
So anybody who never left is like sane. Maybe that's why Rika and Satoko seem pretty normal, and they're just like keeping to themselves, and like probably Mion is more like a person of authority because of her family and how strong they are, or how much power they have within Hinamizawa, and Rena is just cursed straight up. Satoko normal? Well, I mean, she hasn't done anything
要
crazy.
約するとそういう意味
It's
なん
just
でしょうな。
annoying.
実際この後しばらくしてひなみ沢に引っ越していますから。
Those who abandoned Hinamizawa and left were cursed. But then, why only Rena? Shouldn't Rena's parents also have been guilty of the same transgression by moving away and having been cursed? Also, in this day and age in Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, then it'd be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big of a deal at all. At most, there would be one person dying and one disappearing on the day of Watanagashi. I don't like saying at most,
ま
though.
あとにかくわからないことだらけなんですよ。お社様のたたりがどうだったにせよ、クラスメートを金属バットで殴った理由にはなりませんし、被害者が訴えない理由にもなりません。まさか前原さんも恐ろしいたたりが起こって被害者たちがすくみ上がったなんてこと信じるわけないですよね。
Of course, I didn't want to believe it. But more importantly, I just realized something. Something else. There was another bizarre connection that Rena made between Oeshiro-sama's curse and metal bats. Satoshi fell victim to Oeshiro-sama's curse and went missing. I'd recently learned that Satoshi had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. Then Rena as well. She was affected by Oeshiro-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor. And the weapon which she had used at the time of that horrendous act was again a metal bat. Oh, so maybe Satoshi never disappeared. Maybe he became possessed by Orishiro-sama and did something bad. And the village had to fucking, quote-unquote, demon him away, but it was just basically putting him down and covering it up. I don't know. And finally me. I'd encounter various things that were inexplicable, and now I was holding onto a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Rena? But there was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse. But Rena was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to Orishima's curse. Yet they were met with different endings. Gender. Fucking Orishiro-sama's sexist. Girls can stay, guys have to go. It is what it is. I mean, listen, in every case we've seen, the guys die. It is what it is. She hates men. And finally me. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Rena. Satoshi. And finally me. Could it be that I really was under Oshiro-sama's curse right now? No, more importantly than that, what should I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. Rena was fine. Fine? Rena had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that wasn't Rena residing within her. And here right now, standing before me.
レナ、教えてくれ。俺はどうなるんだよ。
Rena stood imposingly, not
サトシ
answering.
は消えた。だけどレナは消えなかった。じゃあ俺はどうなるんだよ。
I never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of
大
feeling.
丈夫だよ。レナが助けてあげるから。
Killing me is not saving me, motherfucker! Rena took one step forward, still holding the hatchet high above her
さ
head.
あ、
Whoa, 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 whoa. One step closer, Rena's face spread out to fill my vision.
話して。
One step closer. Rena's nose was close enough to touch mine and was still pushing closer.
話したいことがあるんだよね。レナが聞いてあげる。助けてあげるから。話してね。話してね。
I slumped down, landing squarely on my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get away from Rena. Now, the VA is doing a great job with these fucking laughs. I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end. Because when that laughter ended, the moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet so fast, even I couldn't believe it, and pushed Rena away with both hands. Rena was as light as a feather, thrown about by an unbalanced weight of the hatchet. She was sent backwards as if she had been carried off by the wind. Oh god, does she land on the hatchet and it fucking kills her? After confirming that out of the corner of my eyes, I dashed off at full speed. I was a perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered I'd been holding onto a bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. I sped even farther down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for a breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear the laughter of that simulacrum of Rena coming from behind me. It rang through the trees and in my head and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. Ah, shit. The grove of trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. Where was this? For a moment I was bewildered by the scenery. I felt I knew but couldn't quite remember. I quickly realized it was a damn sight. The fact that I dashed madly and ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, then they might not be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back looking for an excuse to rest. Rena wasn't there. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rena but a third party. Except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves, but it bothered me. They both were rough-looking clothes. Wore rough-looking clothes empty-handed. They definitely gave the impression that they were just walking out for a walk. But at this time of day, two adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. But more than anything else, those eyes. They weren't chit-chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and had finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of the group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Rena would catch up with me. That's right, I was going to run. Deciding that, the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Somewhere inside me, I jumped to the conclusion that Rena was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need to be fear anything else, but right now I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story of Oishi-sana told me about the demons all leaving the village to hunt prey floated through the back of my mind. Listen, this isn't Watanagashi. They can't kill my ass. This is against the script. I could tell they were both coming after me without even turning around because of their frenetic footsteps. It was frightening, being unable to shake Rena off as she slowly closed in on me. Huh? I already did. But this didn't even compare. It should be outside. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, the straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuers' arms grazed my shoulders. Now it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also their distinct sound of their breathing that I could hear. Now I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, it felt like time itself stopped. I turned my head slightly in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. Couldn't win against the legs of an adult in less than the time it would use your bat, motherfucker! It would take to blink twice. When this frozen time began moving in, they'd be right on top of me, and then, don't think about that, Keiichi. First, realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. If the fact that you can't get away was a given, then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or with the left. You just need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. The moment I decide that, the temporal singularity bursts into pieces. Bro, it's insane that Keiichi has fucking time freeze. Bro's a fucking gacha character. Right. Left. I swung the bat in a wide arc with my right arm. Using that inertia, I stopped and suddenly spun. No. The two of them were clearly startled, momentarily losing sight of me, both of their outstretched arms ready to grab me, instead grasped at empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him for being able to figure out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been and faced me in astonishment, but it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like it had enough power behind it to knock him off his feet. But just knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to face me. This made me certain they weren't just two people out for a walk, they were clearly after me. It felt much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, but not knowing them, it made things easier. Oh my god, they're just NPCs. I smiled wryly on the inside. It's fine if it was just a bluff. But barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out either side of me with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore in my body. Then I'd just have to settle it with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. If they blocked it with their arm, their bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, then it was possible that the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right into my gut. Not good. With this distance, in this position, in this state, there was no way for me to dodge it. The world flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. It didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could, but at that moment the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more upsetting. After plowing into my stomach full force, once again my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength. I couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled, or that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened and a silent, whining noise began playing deep inside my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake his arms off, I couldn't run, I couldn't fight back. Dire straits, I couldn't even come up with a phrase that adequately described my situation. Bro, how the fuck do we survive this? Aren't we dead as fuck? Now, what the fuck are these 7 other chapters of the story? Familiar ceiling. Smell of the bed and pillows, I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. When I did that, pain shot through my entire body.
大丈夫かな？
Oh, she gonna kill me.
横になってた方がいいと思うよ。
Why was Rena in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles and my capillaries, but Rena's smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed, thinking that this version of Rena was
俺
safe.
はどうして
覚えてないの？
意識がなくなってからのことは全然。
My body became more lethargic than I could ever imagined. I guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. I tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake this sluggish feeling out of my mind.
一応お医者さんにも電話したから、もうすぐ来ると思うよ。それまで横になってた方がいいと思うな。
I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor, but knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring.
俺どうしてここにいるんだ？
Where are my parents?
確かダム現場で。
それはレナが聞きたいな。何があったのかな？レナが行った時にはケイチ君倒れてて。
だから聞きたいのは俺の方だよ。変な二人組に襲われて。
Why did the music stop? As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Recalling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Rena to be nursing me. I thought Rena was trying to kill me. She would have had the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to health.
よく俺を引きずってここまで来れたな。重かったろ。
Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only gotten me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help?
ケイチ君、覚えてないの？
Rena appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her
レ
smile.
ナはケイチ君に肩を貸しただけだよ。大丈夫、自分で歩けるってケイチ君が。
Are we getting possessed as well?
覚えてない？
I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness.
二人組はどうした？レナが来た時、俺と一緒に、あるいはそばに二人組の男が。
いなかったよ。
She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. I was just too timid at the time. I might have been able to force some answers out of Rena. But if I did that, then this kind Rena might transform into the scary Rena who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press any further. Thinking about it, it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, I don't think Rena would have been able to stand a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. Rena was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly. Yet, I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. While Rena was still Rena, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should
トイ
sleep.
レに行きたいんだけどな。
ごめん。
Oh god, Keiichi, don't do it. You could Oh, Jesus. I don't think now's the time. Rena couldn't say anything else. While Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. It must have been the doctor Rena had called. It was strange for a patient to welcome in the doctor who was making a house call, but it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for a considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. Carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption and regretted it almost instantly.
ミオン。
Wow, Mion's the doctor?
あれ元気そうだね。倒れてたって言うから様子見に来たんだけど。
なんで俺が倒れてたって知ってるんだよ。
レナが電話してきたから。他に理由が必要。
I understood why she would call a doctor, but why Mion too? Oh god, Mion, we know you already killed Oishi-san. Just tell us. Rena was descending the stairs behind me.
レナ、ケイちゃん大丈夫そうだよ。たく、心配して損した。
そうだね。
Oh god. We're dead.
レナも心配して損したかな。
They both began laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them.
うわ、なにこの下駄箱。どうしてたの？
Shoe rack that I'd smashed to pieces had been like that since yesterday. Better question is, we crushed Rena's fucking fingers. How the fuck was she able to use a hatchet that well? How is she fine? Like, bro, her fucking fingers should be like absolutely fucking pulverized. She can regen? Oh shit, fuck, I forgot she's got Hashirama cells. Okay.
その拍子に持ってたバットで叩いちゃったんだよ。
持ち慣れないもん振り回してるからこういうことになるんだよ。
I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself.
でもこれじゃおばさまたちが帰ってきたらびっくりしちゃうね。後でレナが片付けておくね。
さあ、ほらケイちゃん、重病人なんだからちゃんと寝てないとダメだよ。さあさあ、お布団に戻った。
Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. I was pushed into my bed. As it was the first time Mion had been in my room, she began searching around it intently. I thought I had to go to the bathroom. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Rena. You can imagine how it went. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly
レ
ordinary.
ナ、監督には電話した？
うん。みーちゃんに電話した後すぐにね。
Who's a fucking
すぐ来るって
director?
言ってたよ。
Director? That out-of-place word gave me a bad feeling. Rena called a doctor, then called Mion. And after that, she called a director? Who was this director? Since Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt
二
slightly
人と
odd.
も何の話をしてるんだよ。監督ってなんだよ。
ケイちゃん知んないの？監督って言ったら監督だよ。
映画の監督とか工事現場の監督とか。
What? I dug through all of my memories for a director who might have business with me. Only one thing came to mind. What Rena had just said, the construction site foreman. The very first victim of the first incident, the dismemberment at the dam construction, the foreman? That was strange. He was supposed to be dead. No, he just got... Maybe he just got possessed? There's no way they could call him?
お前らが何の話をしてるのかわからないよ。その監督が俺と何か関係あるのか？来るって言ったけど、うちに来るのか？
I asked one obvious question after another, but all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Rena and Mion were
ケイ
talking
ちゃ
about.
ん、最近は野球に凝ってるんだよね。監督、それ聞いたら喜ぶと思うな。
だから監督って誰だよ？
Is this Satoshi?
監督は監督さんだよ。
だから監督って誰だよ？
Rena and Mion looked at each other and laughed haughtily. The disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly.
そうだ、監督が来る前に済ませとくかな。
Finish up!
ケイちゃん、覚えてるかい？
Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different
覚えてる
story.
って何をだよ？
ケイチくん忘れちゃったのかな。罰ゲームなんだよ。罰ゲームなんだよ。 忘れちゃったのかな。おはぎの宿題。どれがレナの作ったおはぎかを当てる宿題。あれ、確か宿題忘れだったよね。
I certainly did have that homework, but I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle, so I wasn't able to answer which one Rena made. The penalty for that? Why now? No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane, strange, incomprehensible. Being chased by Rena, attacked by strange men, then the penalty Mion and Rena were talking about. What were these two laughing at? It didn't take long for me to realize I've been dragged into an abnormal situation. Who were these two? Who are these people? Who are these doppelgangers of Rena and Mion? Rena had gotten behind me at some point. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back?
何の真似だよ。
動かないでね。罰ゲームだから。
My body was already very sluggish, and Rena pinning my arm made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to well up. I realized this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. This freakishly monstrous strength. It would have been impossible for the Rena that I knew. Then these thin, frail arms grasping me firmly. Whose arms were they?
ケイちゃん、抵抗しちゃダメだよ。快速大何錠でもいいや。罰ゲームに抵抗しちゃダメなんだからさ。
Mion, no, that thing that looked like Mion spoke to me like how Mion would speak to me. But I was certain that this was not Mion, someone who wasn't Mion, someone who was just pretending to be Mion.
監督が来る前に済まさないとね。
Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I could tell what it was just by looking, but for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it.
なんだよそれ。
It was a small syringe. Oh my god. What the fuck are these bitches doing to me? It was a small, clear syringe, the kind a doctor might use if you went to them with a high fever. Rena held me even tighter, and I could hear that oh no, they're poisoning me. That clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. That eerie laughter wasn't something that Rena and I knew could ever produce. The Rena I knew could ever produce from her own throat. This thing was pretending to be Rena. Was this their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer, and that needle tip was waved in front of my face countless
大丈夫
times.
大丈夫。痛くないから痛くないから。
何をする気だよ。これは一体何の真似だよ。
ケイちゃん、何言ってんだか。分かってんでしょ。
何が。俺には何が何やらさっぱりわからねえよ。
知ってるくせに今さらかまととぶられてもな。
わけのわからないことを言って俺を煙に巻くのはやめろ。
富武さんと同じ目に遭ってもらう。
Oh, so we just dead. Same as Tomitake-san? I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with the
ケイ
syringe?
チくん、とぼけてるね。うすうすは気づいてたくせに。
Rena whispered into my ear, laughing as if to admonish me, but even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean the same as Tomitake-san?
みんな初めはひき逃げされたものだと思っていました。ですが、意識を確かめるために近づいた警官はすぐに異常に気づきました。喉がね。
ナイフとか？
爪でした。
Nails as in fingernails, with those gouged through, that's right. Tomitaka-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then for that to
薬
happen...
物を疑いましたが、そういう類のものは検出できませんでした。
That's right. The police didn't find any drugs in Tomitaka-san's system.
警察は富武さんの遺体から薬物は検出できなかったって言ったぞ。
Good. The two of them laughed together with that sickening laugh. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it, it was completely foolish. Meaning the drug that caused Tomitaka-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist? If Mion injected this into me, then what would happen? That would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I'd end up the same as Tomitaka-san, become hysterical, scratching out my throat in my last moments, then die. For such an outrageous drug to exist, for Mion to be holding it, and that I was about to be injected with it. At that moment, I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. What kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight for his face, has time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him?
観念しなって。んじゃ。
Mion's action lacked any gravitas, and that made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she were brushing her teeth. Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. Onto my chest?! She's fucking putting that shit directly in my goddamn heart! It felt like electricity had run through the back of my head and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast, or did someone hit me really hard in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone slowly. I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. How long had I been squatting here? How many minutes? Or has it been hours? It was almost as if the hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how a little time passed. Really, the air in the room wasn't filled with that madness from before, only a dull silence. Rena wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it? Was a hallucination? There was no other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I've ever had. I was certainly with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but I was also seized with some sort of comfort. Ha ha ha. I guess that terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Rena or nor Mion, they wouldn't ever do something so terrible. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? That wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mion? That Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her a deep red from her head down to her chest. The bright crimson smeared on the walls. That splatter had undoubtedly come from Mion. She always had that bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Rena. That same Rena was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mion. What? I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? Then they beat these two down with this metal bat? Finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had I been there? It was Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt that this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. Did they not inject me? Maybe the syringe? Where's the syringe? It could be self-defense. Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. That's right, Keiichi Maibara. Of course I did it. I told myself gently as if coaxing myself. Hey, me? There's no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you?
こんなに。
Neither Reno nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood, nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes.
死んじまったのか、二人とも。
The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Once. Twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. Color came back to my vision and smells reinfused the air. At the same time, I remember what happened when I blacked out. Rena and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitaka-san. But right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Rena as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and ran my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat that was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Boop. At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look and had turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video was still playing on. Compared to this though, the scene right before my eyes was still so difficult to take in. There was blood splattered everywhere on the walls, the two of them in these unnatural poses. Not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. Nah, I don't think they're dead. But if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I'd even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was just justifiable self-defense. The proof was all here. The two of them collapsed and Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe filled with some unknown drug would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitaka-san. From the fact that both of these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Unless this was another Mion prank and there's nothing in the fucking syringe. Still, I might just be suspected for this. But that was just fine. Nice prank? Bro, she's the one who put a fucking sewing needle in her mochi. Right? So, like, clearly there's a couple screws loose in her head. She might think this is a prank too. Alright? Classic Mion. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into the darkness like Rena's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit their investigation on the chain of incidents. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. He dead, though. Meaning my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled to its most basic form. It was all a matter of time now. The Dr. Rena call should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I needed to contact Oishi-san. At that moment I remembered. Besides the doctor, a director had been called. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved with the incidents, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest caused by the gruesome deed I'd done dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Keiichi Maebara. It's not over yet. I need to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At that moment I felt like I heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean there were more than one person. I moved the curtains ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Those 2 might have even been amongst them. There was one person there wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My guts told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. That guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door, pretend to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would all rush in at once. At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white van. No mistaking it, that van, the one that had tried to run me down. The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they'd just break the windows and enter. I need to get out of here somehow. Then use a public phone to contact Oishi-san. Then meet up somewhere. First of all, I needed a weapon, then shoes. But before all that, there was one thing that I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth of this nonsensical curse of Oishiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. And that was why. There was one thing more important than getting out of here right now. I need to get that clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it. The tape was sticking to it fast. It'd be fine if it was torn a little. I opened up the slightly torn note and began writing another passage with a ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could rely on was this note. Never thought of a piece of torn, college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew right now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was a fact. Anyway, I'd leave all the information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was that unidentifiable person known as the director. To begin with, the term director didn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. If they were going to include the director from the past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim from the first murder, the very first victim in the chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death. Berena and Mion did both call him director. They said director, they wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who was deceased could be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? I didn't know. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't such a simple dismemberment, but the start of the string of mysterious deaths that would follow. So then, there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He's alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but he may still be alive. I had no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important I need to write. Tomitake-san's death was from an unknown drug. That's right, that drug, it was an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, just by having this, everything would be uncovered. I couldn't just leave that vital clue lying on the floor. The syringe is proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe onto the back of the clock with plenty of tape. Okay, that just fits back there? Okay. So it absolutely would not slip out and fall to the floor firmly. The bell rang. They were here. I couldn't write anymore, but even still, there was one last thing I had to write. I have no idea why it has come to become like this. It's maybe the closest thing to the truth out of everything I wrote on this note. If you're reading this, then I'm probably already dead, though you may or may not find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away, you who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. It wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea just in case. I folded the note, stuck it back onto the back of the clock, and returned the clock back to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray. Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Rena and Mion. This was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Rena, Mion.
みんなのこと本当に友達だと思ってたんだぜ。
But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores, about if the school I hoped to get into was where I really wanted to go after, or a safety net. That was all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying and competitions, in personal records and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have had no obligation to shed tears for them, but they wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life, even if they were trying to kill me. Everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Or could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? Could it have been that I had just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? It couldn't have been the case. Both Rena and Mion, they were really my friends. Those happy days, there was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try to kill me. Or their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Oyashiro-sama. Regardless, both Rena and Mion, they were the best friends ever. And when they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. But they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends no matter what means were employed to force them. There was no way such a thing as being possessed by Orishiro-sama could happen in reality. Then did the real Rena and Mion come after me? What was I thinking? What a silly, dumb idea. Having beaten down both Rena and Mion, I was still debating if they were real ones or fake. There was no real or fake, only the reality that was before me. Rena and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefits, that I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Rena and Mion were both dead. It felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. I killed them. Rena and Mion. I killed them. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that. The identity of whoever or whatever had pushed me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, I would survive. I would survive. I would definitely survive. I killed Rena for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living, so I can't die. For my sake, and for the sake of the late Rena and Mion, I have to survive. Besides this, a single solitary door, they were there. Keeping quiet, I headed towards the kitchen, headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to it and checked for people outside. No one. After I put my shoes on, I opened the door slowly so as to not make a sound. The piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Keiichi. One after the other, I felt stuff like rationale and intelligence, those things you use when you have time to spare, spill out of me. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else it desired. It probably had no complaints whatsoever. So of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. I just ran. Just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was, without a doubt, chasing me like a shadow. If I took even one misstep, I would be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran. At full speed. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. Trying to tell me something, and then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? Quack, 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 quack. Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps, but the further I ran, the further away the chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. 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 I felt that only the Higurashi knew. Oh shit, bro. Chased by shadows, run from the truth of your crimes. The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off some crackling electric noise, but it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach? I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco is about 1/10 of the municipality's revenue. We were the most heavily taxed members of this municipality, so I really wish they'd show us a little more respect.
どうしてこれがウーマン切りなんすか?
Damn, bro didn't exist before this.
街が狭くなっちゃうっすよ。
One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with the mahjong magazine called Next
ウーマン
Turn.
切ってもテンパイ崩れませんから、配定にかけるなら両面で受けた方がチャンスあるんじゃないですか?
クマちゃん、川を見てください。ウーマンは全員切ってますから安牌なんですよ。終盤で K 点に走った誰かがダマで待ってたら嫌でしょ。
The kid let out another groan, put out a cigarette, then took out another one.
納得いかないっすね。わざわざ自分で当たり牌減らすなんて。
ちなみに配定で当たり牌出しても論しちゃダメですよ。
え、どうしてですか?
Just then, I heard a voice coming from down the hall.
大石さん、いますか? 一般の方から凱旋です。
ありゃ、こりゃどうも。それじゃ、ちょいと失礼。
どうして論しちゃダメなんすか? あ、待ってくださいよ、大石さん!
The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone
凱旋です。
receiver.
講習から。
ああ、どうもすいません。お待たせしました。大石です。もしもし。
大石さんですか。もしもし。
前原さんじゃありませんか。どうもどうも。こんにちは。
From the tone of Maibara-kun's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time Maibara had phoned me, and he was calling from a payphone.
落ち着いてください。何がありました？
His voice was erratic over the line. He had completely lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hushed
何
tone.
があったんです？落ち着いて前原さん。今そこに近場の警官を行かせます。私もすぐそっちに行きますよ。
多分無理です。
His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people even as he was making this call, was he?
前原さんは今公衆電話からかけてますよね。どこの公衆電話ですか?
There was no other sounds besides Maibara-kun's voice. It had to be a payphone booth. I scratched out a note and thrust it at my colleague sitting across from me. Hinamizawa phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines.
落ち着いて前原さん。今どういう状況なんです?
It was the best practice to avoid flustering someone panicking, but this was an urgent case. Maibara-kun didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at Maibara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. Maibara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that. And whatever that was, if I didn't get it from this call, it was certain there would never be another chance. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamizawa. A patrol car is on the way. 5 minutes.
かかりすぎです。警らには何人乗ってます?
2人です。
Not enough. If it was as I imagined, there's likely quite a few people surrounding Maibara-kun. 5 minutes was too
南
long.
沢の駐在さんには電話しました。
定時巡回の時間です。家人は留守で連絡不能。
くそ。クマちゃん、車を回してください。
了解っす。
もしもし、おじさん。
もしもし、大丈夫です。ちゃんと聞こえてますよ。
There was something wrong with Maibara-kun. That wasn't a normal coughing sound. Vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured?
前原さん、今そこに警官が向かってます。
Fucking Keiichi, say what you need to say!
2、3分で到着しますからなんとか持ちこたえてください。もしもし、聞こえてますか前原さん。
I could hear on the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my
前原
head.
さん、犯人は誰です？何人なんです？
俺も最初は人間が犯人なんだと思います。
Couldn't tell if it was a cough or
大丈
vomiting.
夫ですか前原さん。
犯人は人間なんだって。お社様のたたりなんかないんだって。ついさっきまで。
So there was, it's that presence.
だけど、やっぱり。
It was an intense bout of coughing, then vomiting.
やっぱり、お社様ってのはいるんだと思います。いや、今。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
なんかさっきからおかしいと思ってたんです。ずーっとつけてくるんですよ。走っても走っても走っても走っても影みたいにぴったりくっついて、だけども少しずつ俺の背中ににじり寄ってくるんです。
前原さん、そいつは今ひょっとして前原さんの後ろに
すぐ後ろに。
お願いです前原さん。怖いのはわかります。ですがあなたの後ろに誰がいるんです？
振り向けるわけないじゃないですか。振り向いたら俺
怖いのはわかります。でも教えてほしい。ちょっと振り返るだけでいいんです。前原さんの後ろに誰がいるんです？
Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmarish
前原
sound.
さん、あんたまさか喉を引っかいてたりはしないでしょうね。
There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang as if someone was being hit. Maibara-kun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting over on the other end and a repeating abnormal noise.
もしもし前原さん、もしもーし。
I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but I couldn't help but shout. At that moment, I heard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. From the way he was saying it, was he talking to himself, or was he talking to someone
もしも
there?
し前原さん。
Rather than whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. I focused my senses trying to pick up what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Beep. Suddenly the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because it was a payphone. It was because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out so clearly in my mind.
おいさん、車は OK っす。
I think he was saying, I'm sorry.
おいさん。
ごめんなさい。
Yup. I knew it!
おいさん。
That's what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling there was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. Quick. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Quick. Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how I felt. So he ended up ripping out his own throat anyway, so it had nothing to do with the drug, so the syringe might just be a fucking... Oh, shit. What if they were actually trying to save Keiichi, chat? What if the syringe was actually to counter Oyashiro-sama? And the people were trying to get a hold of him on purpose to save him. I mean, it's the only explanation, right? Because he ended up ripping his own throat out even without the syringe. In Hinamizawa, a remote village near Shishibone City, there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Keiichi Maibara, aged 1X. The suspect called over his 2 female friends, Rena Ryugu, Mio, and Sonozaki, to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. This is not what happened, you fucking sons of bitches! Check the clock! The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of splattered blood, and there were signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and kitchen all had traces of a struggle. At the entryway, the shoe rack and wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong blunt force. It is believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it is believed that the destruction occurred before the murders. There is a possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It is hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus the reason for this remains unknown. Rug had been pulled back and thrown aside. Why? Oh, he was looking for the needles. True, true. The needle, he was looking for it. In the kitchen. In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart and its contents were spread out on the floor. Garbage was strewn about in a surrounding area, and handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had for some reason taken out the garbage and struck it with his fist. The reason for this remains unknown. In addition, there was a note stuck to the fridge. The words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. Though the garbage door was functional, it had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. What if this whole time, chat, we're seeing this from Keiichi's POV, and Keiichi's actually just fucking absolutely delusional, and this is actually what is happening, that he just invited over Rena and Mion and killed their asses, and like he's just imagining all these things, like the needle and all that stuff, right? What if it's just all in his head and we're just seeing it from the POV of the fucking crazy person? Yeah, it might be an unreliable narrator case, because how do we know Keiichi's not fucking lost his shit, right? How do we know he isn't actually cursed? The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer, Hinamizawa local PD, found the suspect collapsed inside of a phone booth. At the time of the discovery, the suspect was unconscious in critical condition. He was rushed to a local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death to have been hypovolemic shock. It was determined that the suspect had clawed out his own throat with his fingernails, and the resulting bleeding caused his death. With a similarity to the death of Tomitaka-san the prior week, the police believe there to be a connection and have opened an investigation. So I don't think the syringe has anything in it. I think it was just fucking bait. This is what I'm saying. It had to... I don't think the syringe was... But then, why did Mion say you're gonna have the same thing done to you that happened to Tomitake? However, due to the wishes of the local authorities, it will be confidential. It will be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but as with Tomitaka-san, no traces were discovered. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, with several accounts of the suspect's bizarre behaviors leading up to the incident, it is possible that this was premeditated. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, inexplicable behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggressive behavior as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates have actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to these circumstances, the police have begun an investigation on the possibility that this crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance. Afterward, a note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. The note was written on 2 sheets from a B5 college-ruled notebook that had each been torn in half. and as if trying to conceal it, it was stuck behind a clock on the wall. The content was written in the appendix. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident. Police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the suspect was involved in some sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. No syringe! Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear and no further developments, the case has been labeled unresolved. No syringe. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on two halves of B5 paper from two separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is estimated to be 2 to 3 lines. It is highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. In addition, judging from the traces of the large quantities of cellophane tape being stuck to the back of the clock, speculation that something other than the note was stuck there has arisen. The person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have a connection with the incident, Kurado Oishi. Maybe so Oishi-san did get everything, but he's holding it out because he doesn't have everything locked in yet. He underwent voluntary questioning but denies involvement in any damages to the note. The suspect's note. I, Keiichi Maraba, am in fear for my life. I do not know why they are after my life. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with the Oyashiro-sama curse. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. They cut out the part that the first perpetrator from the first case might be alive. This is from the second sheet. I have no idea why it has come to this. If you're... Yup. Okay. So they did rip out the fucking part that the first guy is alive. So the first person is alive. Though you may or may not find my body, you who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Keiichi Maebara. So the director is alive. So that is like kind of definitive proof that he is alive. Oh shit. Damn. Yo, that went a lot longer for the last chapter. Oh, a new scenario has been unlocked. All cast review session has become available to play it. Select extra on the title menu and then pick all cast review session. What is the all cast review session, chat? Fourth wall break? Oh.
はい、日暮らしの泣く頃に水、鬼隠しをプレイされたいかがだったでしょうか。ちょっぴりでも楽しんでもらえたらとっても嬉しいです。ちょっぴりも何も、あんなすごいバッドエンドで終わられたらプンプンでございますことよ。プンプンなのです。今回の鬼隠しは全体の謎に挑む人たちが最初に通るお話だから、実質上のプロローグの位置づけなんだって。
Oh, it's a prologue.
そのプロローグがこんな凄まじいバッドエンドでございますの。
It's kind of funny to see the characters fourth wall breaking like this.
でもそういうのってあるじゃん。この最悪のバッドエンドを回避するためにプレイヤーさんが物語を模索していくのがこの作品の醍醐味だし。
まだ始まったばかりですよ。僕は次のお話が楽しみなのです。
Well, you heard Rika chat. Tomorrow, chapter 2. Yes, sir. Fuck, I have
こ
to
れから
redo
ど
the
んな
mod.
話が待ち受けてるんだろう。レナは聞いてる？
Listen, I gotta know what happens next, bro. We can't just get off on that. Another aspect of the
他のシ
story.
ナリオにはどんな展開があるんですの？今回の鬼隠しでは
Press P?
ひなみ沢で近年起こった連続開始事件が紹介されたでしょ。
They introduced a string of mysterious deaths that were happening in
例
Hinamizawa.
えばみーちゃんのシナリオでは ひなみ沢の古い歴史なんかが紹介されるんだって。
The history of Hinamizawa with the next chapter. Oh.
異常事態の連続ですっかりわかんなくなっちゃったけど、お社様のたたりってどういうものなのか。いや、そもそもお社様って何なのかあまり説明なかったからね。
よくは聞いてないんだけど、でもなんか嫌な予感。またしてもたたられそうな嫌な物語です。
ケイちゃんも大変だね。
Okay, come on, Mion. He's dead. Like, what the hell?
今度はどんなたたりにやられるやら。
Wait, what kind of curse is he gonna get hit with this time? Wait, what?
「でもどんなお話になるのか楽しみでございますわね。」
いやいやいやいや、遅れてす。
いやー、みんなお疲れ様。
お疲れ。あれ、ケイちゃんは？
ケイチ君はもう次のシナリオの台本読みに行っちゃってるんだよ。
Okay, so he is alive in the next chapter, huh? But it's supposed to be in the history of but he just moved a month ago.
主人公だから大変だね。
あれ？
Nah, no more spoilers. No more spoilers. All right, chat. We pick up chapter 2 tomorrow. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hey, that shit was pretty good. Right, chapter 1 started real fucking slow, cooked up, and honestly, the last fucking couple streams were pretty fucking bangers. They were pretty good. All right. Yes, sir. That was pretty fucking good. I love it. That was great. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Yup. I'll reset marbles. What out of 10? I don't want to rate anything until I finish all of them. Or I finish a good portion of them, you know? Because I gotta see the big picture of things. Because I don't feel like this is like... Each chapter is its, like, sure, each chapter is its own story, but there's probably an overarching story, right? So I want to rate Higurashi in its totality more than anything. So, yeah. And listen, that if they're saying that's literally a prologue, like, do I really want to sit here and rate a prologue, right? Yeah, we'll see, all right? Anyway, chat, I'll send you guys over to Sweetly. She's playing Expedition 33, so hey, if you wanted Expedition 33, it is my next variety game, but I'm not there yet, so you could go watch Sweetly play Expedition 33. Bye-bye! When you gonna do the tips? Maybe I'll go through them later, but I feel like I mean, unless, I don't think I missed anything big context-wise, right? We'll see. Anyways, bye-bye!